Ladies and gentlemen, good morning on this Sunday morning. It is April 23rd, 2023. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and today I am standing at the end of runway 24, the Kaagbaan, today in use as one currently of two runways for departures. Goedemorgen Cafe Spotter and good morning Lazy Lala. And good morning, Arabic name that I don't know how to pronounce because I don't know Arabic, but good morning to you too. So, it is sunny at the moment. We're waiting for the first airplane to taxi to the runway for departure. Wind is blowing from the south at the moment, 9 knots. It is 11 degrees centigrade at the moment, so that is 52 degrees Fahrenheit approximately. Yeah, what else is there to say? It is a bit similar as yesterday, so sun in the morning and they expect rain to come in the afternoon. Yesterday too, after I was done streaming, on my way home it already started raining. And Abdullah, that's your name. Okay, good morning Abdullah. Henky, goedemorgen, good morning. And Lazy Lala asks, what is my favorite airplane? Well, the Queen, the Boeing 747, of course, is an all-time favorite of mine. Of the modern day airplanes, I would say that the A350 and the A220 are two of my favorite airplanes. In the meantime, Michael Jackson, good morning. Checking in from Kansas. Must be early there. What's the time difference? Kansas, is that central? That is central USA. 8-hour time difference. Flying back to Florida this morning, 2 737s with American. Well, hopefully you won't get delayed. In the meantime, a lot of people are tuning in. Good morning, Lars. Good morning, Carlos Rivera. René Kortekaas, goedemorgen. Michael Nobis, goedemorgen, good morning. So, 2:30 a.m. Central Time, so that is an 8-hour time difference. No, 7, no, 6. It's 9:40 over here, so that is 7 hours time difference. That's right, yeah, I was confused. East Coast is 6 hours time difference with continental Europe. West Coast is 9-hour time difference. Are there 3 or 4 time zones in the United States? Something I just wondered. So, last couple of minutes I see that most of the airplanes are taking off from the other runway. Runway 18 left. 4 time zones. Mike, goedemorgen, good morning from Hoogezand. Hopefully it is sunny there as well. So yeah, again, like yesterday over here, rain is predicted to come in from the south in the afternoon. I think the average prediction is that it's going to be afternoon, maybe 2 o'clock or something, later than yesterday at least. So I'm looking to do an early morning stream. I was hoping that I could sleep in a little bit today, but looking at the weather for today, I figured, well, save that for another day then. So if I look at flight radar, there is an Aer Lingus A320 outbound to Dublin that I think will be coming over here to take off from runway 24. And there's also a 777 that is outbound to Paramaribo that seems to be taxiing this way, so we might see a 777 in a few minutes. I think the first airplane, there's also a 737 that is going to Nice. Well, we'll see which one will depart first. Paul Usher, good morning mate, hope you're doing well. So yeah, still once again an early morning stream for me today. Sumo Burger, checking in from Australia, where it is Sunday evening, 5:42. The day already gone, and it only has just begun over here, and still has to begin over in the United States. How about that? Hey there Wilma, goedemorgen. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you again. And Mike says, yes, the sun is shining here for now. Excellent, excellent. Jean-Yves, good morning. So, there is the first plane. Unfortunately, I cannot zoom in any further than I am already doing at the moment. It seems to be Aer Lingus flight 603 outbound to Dublin, an A320 that is 18 years old. Its first flight was in July 2004. Now, bear with me, folks. It's been 3 months since I last streamed here, and last time I was standing here, I still had my old tripod, and my technique was not as refined. I did practice a little bit before going live this morning. I allowed for some extra time. I already was at the scene earlier. I think there might be, I think this one will depart first. Or is that the Aer Lingus? Huh. Well, we'll see soon enough. That looks like a KLM. So maybe, oh yeah, so there's the Aer Lingus. So bear with me, I might be a bit rusty in following from this position. I did practice before going live. I have refined my recording technique in the last couple of months, obviously. Okay, so that first one didn't go too bad. What is difficult technically about following the airplanes from this location is that by the time, and particularly this goes for the narrow bodies, by the time they are passing over me more or less, they are already quite high. So that means that it is difficult to follow them, so to speak. If they are taking off and they are on ground level, it is much easier to follow, and here they are already quite high, so takes some adjustment from your setup. I think the first airplane looked all right. I think heavy bodies will be even more easy to follow because they are lower by the time they pass here and are not already as high as the lighter narrow bodies are. YouTube fan, goedemorgen, good morning. Good to see you again. Frans Honders vanuit Tilburg, goedemorgen. How's the weather over there in the south? Oh, Michael Jackson says you have a smudge on the bottom center right of your lens, I think. Let me have a look. Oh, I think there is a smudge. And there's also a little creature. Okay, well, let me take a paper handkerchief and wipe that smudge away. Very well spotted. I think it is just, oh yeah, no, that is an actual smudge. That is weird. Well, that was a 777 that we unfortunately missed, but if all is well, the smudge should be gone now. I don't know what it was. It wasn't a little dust particle that I could blow away. I had to wipe it off and clean what was left on the lens. Think it should be clean now. Thanks for noticing and thanks for informing me, Michael Jackson. Hopefully things are alright now. Also, do give me feedback if you hear something odd with the sound. Last time I was standing here, the microphone, I accidentally turned off the voiceover microphone. I did check just now and everything should be working a-okay at the moment. Paul Usher asks if there are any ducks today. There are actually a lot of wildlife over here. Let's see, we have, well, this is not a duck but a foot, I think, bathing. Now let me first go to the plane that is taking off. There's also some activity, or at least there are some creatures on my left, which I will show you after this airplane. So bear with me today. I am a bit rusty from this camera position. In terms of wildlife, let's see, there are a few. You have to look closely to see them. They are still chilling in the sun. A few further out. Also in the water. I purposefully set up alongside the water so I could also show you the wildlife. Dr. O, good morning. And Frans says that it is sunny with 13 degrees in the south of the country, so that is excellent. Hopefully it'll stay that way for some time, but I do believe that rain is coming in again from Belgium, as was the case yesterday. Now, I also included a new emoji yesterday for members to use in the chat. It is Duck Hunt Dog from the Nintendo game. For when we go duck hunting, if there's a lull in air traffic. Alright, it is back-to-back action at the moment. Another Embraer from KLM already airborne. These narrow bodies take off very quickly, are already quite high as they pass me by here. Hardly any time to follow them. Now in the meantime, I see that Martin and Wendy and Lisa have also joined us. Good morning to you all. Hope you guys are all doing well. Over here, sunny, light breeze. I was having doubts. Should I take off my jacket or keep it on? I decided for now to keep it on, but if it is going to become like yesterday, I might take it off again. although the wind is a bit thin, a bit chilly at the moment. Blowing from the south. These airplanes are taking off to the southwest, so there is a bit of crosswind from the left for these airplanes. Good morning, line check. And good morning, goedemorgen Evelien. Hope everybody is doing well on this Sunday morning. Sunny Sunday morning, no less. Right, let's quickly turn around the camera. Don't know if there's anything coming immediately. I think there might be an airplane in the middle of, behind the middle of the fence over there. Good morning, good evening, Ant-Man. Counting down until coming to Holland again. Have you packed your suitcases yet? And Lisa says that the wind is going to pick up in an hour or so. I do get the impression that the wind is increasing instead of slowing down. But so far it is very manageable. Stephen C, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Now, this is facing southwest, so runway heading. This would be the south approximate. Yeah, this would be the south approximately. So this is where the wind is blowing from and also where the weather should be coming from. For now, other than a few high clouds, it seems very friendly so far. We'll see what time the rain is going to come. We should be good for the next couple of hours at least. Goedemorgen Samil, good morning. Hope you're doing well. So, let me take this moment to have a look on flight radar. So, I think the next plane to take off looks like it's going to be a Boeing 737-900 outbound to Helsinki. 21 years old, that airplane. First flight August 2001. There's also, oh, it might be the Embraer 190 to Alessand. 13 years old, that one. First flight February 2010. Don't see any heavies just yet. There is a Dreamliner outbound to Bogota live on the platform, but I think it might still be at the gate as first has to be pushed back. Now, of the two runways in use at the moment for departures, this one is the most likely candidate for that Dreamliner to take off from. We'll have to see. I think it is the Embraer 190 that is now coming towards us. Yep, outbound Alessand. Now you can see the airplanes are already quite high. Those narrow bodies when they pass you by. So that leaves the 737-900 then probably as the next airplane to take off. In the meantime, looking quickly at flight radar, there also seems to be a Dreamliner outbound to LAX coming this way. Probably the 787-10. Yep. Flight 601. But first, we will see the departure of the 737-900 outbound to Helsinki. And Samil, I'm doing well. I am a bit in doubt whether or not I should take off my jacket, but if the wind doesn't slow down, I think I will keep it on. But it's very comfortable here, even though there is a bit of truck traffic further down the road. It's nice to hear the bird chatter, see the ducks. Seeing the airplanes, of course, but that goes without saying. The sun is out. Dare I say it, it almost feels like spring. Good morning, Flight Hill from Ede. Is that Ede, the Netherlands? In that case, goedemorgen. Alles goed op deze zonnige zondag. Hey Ingo en Steffi, goedemorgen. Herzlich willkommen aus Deutschland, aber ihr sprecht Holländisch. Eddie de Pauw also saying good morning from Almere in the middle of the country. Goedemorgen Eddie, hope you're doing well. Hey Elske, goedemorgen. How's the weather over there? Sunny? That is good because the weather is coming from the south today. So if it's still sunny out there in Belgium, that means it's going to stay sunny over here for some time as well. So Michael, hopefully you don't see any smudges anymore in the feed. The lens should be wiped clean now. In the meantime, K1 over there, controlling the birds, duck hunting perhaps, but haven't seen or heard any fireworks yet. Now let's quickly turn around because I think we might see. Yeah, this is KLM flight 601, the 787-10 Dreamliner outbound LAX. Joppie Joppie, goedemorgen. nice name there. Joppie Joppie. Hey there Kai, goedemorgen. Ooh, and exciting. Yara and Romy will go flying later today for the first time. All the best. Bring along your camera. Not only for the views, but also for the reaction of the two ladies. Hopefully they'll enjoy it. Always exciting. Going flying for the first time. from this point of view you can beautifully see the curvature of those wings. Really beautiful. Hopefully they'll produce more airplanes in the future that also have those curved wings like the Dreamliner. It's a pity that you only see it on one airplane type. Now, what is coming next? Let's see. In the meantime, North Sky Aviation also says good morning. Goedemorgen, good morning North Sky Aviation. Hope you are doing well. And Bradley Smith, good morning from Nashville, Tennessee. And also a super chat. Thank you so much, Bradley. I really appreciate your support and also welcome to the stream. So still early morning or there perhaps even late at night. Is that a 7-hour time difference, Nashville and the Netherlands? It's 10 a.m. at the moment over here. Hey Rick, goedemorgen, good morning. So I read back the chat yesterday and you said that you were at the Spottersplatz. Why didn't you come say hi? Really a shame, a good opportunity missed, but who knows, maybe another day. Oh, you wasn't able to drop by yesterday. Well, another time then. Definitely make sure that when you're in the vicinity to drop by if I'm also around. Would be a pleasure to meet you in person. And Frans, you're absolutely right. For the big planes, this is a very good location. Takes a little practice to follow the airplanes. I purposefully elevated my tripod so that the camera is more or less at eye level, because you have to point the camera really up for those smaller jets if they pass by over here. And you have to crouch a little bit. So ergonomically it's a bit challenging, more challenging than the Polderbaan. But I must say so far it seems to be going well. Ah, the Aviation Megastore. That is a wonderful place to go to if you're an aviation enthusiast, an av geek. And once you'll be back soon, hopefully we'll meet again and we'll meet in person then. Now let me have a look on flight radar. Next up is going to be the 7879 Dreamliner to Bogota, KLM flight 741. 5 years old, first flight was in August 2017. Now I see many more airplanes that are looking to take off from this runway. A few narrow bodies. I think there's also an A330 outbound to Sint Maarten. A Dreamliner to Houston. So I think we are good here. And it also looks like there is a 777 outbound to Lima that looks to be coming this way. So buckle up, relax, sit back and enjoy the airplanes that we are about to see. George Boomsma, goedemorgen. And Joppie asks, what is my favorite airplane? My favorite airplane of all times must be the 747-400, the Queen of the Skies, in a league of her own, of course. Of the modern day airplanes, I think I have two favorites, the A350 and also the Airbus A220, which used to be the Bombardier C series. And that was yet another Dreamliner. Let's see. What kind of livery is that? Is that a retro livery we see just left of center? Huh, interesting. Hopefully we'll see soon enough. A lot of people interested in where is the aviation mega store. Let's see, I think, let me also have a look at flight radar. Hard to see. According to flight radar, there is only an Embraer 190 lined up. Oh, and that is also on the move. Embraer 190 outbound to Birmingham. 12 years old. First flight August 2010. Back to the camera quickly, or at least the camera controls, because I am now able to watch flight radar and the chat without having to look down. Turns out that the phone mount I already had could also be attached to the handle of my camera. Now when these Embraers pass by, they are already so high, I really have to crouch down as they fly over you to keep watching the camera screen and follow it properly. I think it is okay the way it is. So this is Air Baltic, outbound Tallinn. Too bad we don't see too much of the livery. But what we do see of it, wow, beautiful. I think that's the first time I ever saw the Air Baltic with this livery. I have to say, very striking. It's beautiful. I'm not too sure yet, but very striking, that's for sure. Okay, back-to-back action again, so no time to waste. A330 coming up. Right, what is going to be next? In the meantime, I see that Roy has also joined us again. Goedemorgen, Roy. Hope you're doing well. Yoppie Yoppie asks, what is your favorite airline company? Well, obviously that will have to be KLM, although I fly Transavia more frequently, but that is part of the same company. Dutch pride, of course. And good morning, Alexander. Don't know if I don't remember anymore if I already said hi to you. Good morning to Gadget. Good morning to Amelie. Hope you are all doing well on this Sunday morning. Peter K checking in from Slovakia. Goedemorgen, good morning. So let's see what Flight Radar has to say. This is a Dreamliner 7879 outbound Houston, 5 years old, first flight March 2018. Just to show you how much you can zoom in with these camcorders, and you work relatively in the zoomed in range of the camera. And thank you for your kind words, Mike. Really appreciate those compliments that you just gave me. Thank you so much, really nice. So, next up, 777 KLM, flight 743, SkyTeam livery, outbound Lima, 13 years old, this airplane. Let's just listen to those GE90s. I hope this sounds as good to you back home as it does to me over here. Now you could go to the concert building in Amsterdam for a Sunday morning concert. You can also go to Schiphol or tune into AMS Live and listen to the symphony of the GE90. The magnum opus of General Electric. So, more airplanes, more heavies. In fact, 3 heavies are expected to take off in a few minutes. The first one looks to be the 777-200 from KLM outbound to Quito. And there's a Delta A330-300 outbound to Seattle, that looks to be number 2, and there is an A330neo from Delta to Salt Lake City, that looks to be number 3. First up, and you can see it taxi onto the runway in the distance. That is in fact the 777-200ER, KLM flight 755, outbound Quito, 19 years old, first flight January 2004. And in the meantime, there is the message. I see that Alexander just joined and became a member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Alexander. Thank you so much for your support. And welcome. Rick says that I'm actually standing somewhere in my backyard at home, but his Zoom is just awesome. Well, to tell you the truth, I do have a rooftop terrace, and it is facing in the direction where departures and arrivals on the Kaagbaan pass by relatively low and also relatively close by. So I did think of maybe once just for fun setting up my gear just on the rooftop terrace and see how good I would be able to follow the airplanes from over there, because the airplanes that you see in the distance from the other runway, that's basically also the size that you would be able to see them from my hometown. Although I don't think that the sound would be as good. Peter K asks, today only departures? Well, from where I am standing today, this runway will only be used for departures, and arrivals take place on the Polderbaan. So you won't be able to see the airplanes approach from over here. As I was setting up earlier this morning, I did see 1 or 2 arrivals on runway 27. That is visible from over here, but it is distant. So if there's a lull and there is inbound traffic on 27, then of course I could show you guys that. I think what will happen more than likely is that when the outbound traffic slows down a little bit, they will close 18 right and keep this one open as the only runway for outbound traffic, as this runway is one of the 2 preferential runways of Schiphol Airport together with the Polderbaan. Hey, goedemorgen Danny Rules. Indeed, nice weather, and I keep my fingers crossed together with you that it will stay that way. We'll see. There is rain predicted for the afternoon, as was the case yesterday, so time will tell. Thomas B, herzlich willkommen, guten Morgen aus Deutschland, also tuning in. One of the many viewers from German-speaking countries that also find their way to AMS Live. Herzlich willkommen allen. So this was an Airbus A330-300, unless there is another narrow body that goes ahead. Next we should be seeing the Neo. Does have the resemblance of an A330 over there behind the fence. And Henky's neighbors are asking if he has an airport in the yard. Think you might have to turn down the volume somewhat to stay friendly with the neighbors then. Yeah, so this is the A330 Neo. Nice, 2 A330s back to back. Makes for a good comparison of engine noise. And Gary Scholl greeting us from South Africa. Good morning. Hope you're doing well over there. Fall has begun over there. Of course, Southern Hemisphere. Same goes for Ant-Man, who will be coming over here and has to change from autumn to spring. Fortunately, probably autumn in Australia is warmer, and probably in South Africa as well, than spring is over here in the Netherlands. Reinhard Wahnsinn aus Köln, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen, hope you're doing well. Infinity, goedemorgen. Benny Pater, good morning, hope you're doing well. And Colin uit Raalte, Overijssel, also saying good morning. Hope you're well. How's the weather over there? Also sunny? Hey Abdul Hamid, good morning. And where might you be checking in from? Hope you're well. Infinity, yeah. Yesterday on my way back home, I was positively surprised. I took the shortcut, took the N20, what is it, 7 or 5, back to the McDonald's. But before coming to the traffic lights, took a left-hand turn, richting Nieuw-Vennep, took the in-road along the Olmenhorst. It was a bit busy before the bridge, but I took the left-hand turn over the industry bit and approached the traffic lights from the left, from the Kaag, so to speak, over the Ringvaart. And I was the third car before the traffic lights, and in the village it was still doable. So I was basically home sooner than earlier in the week when I was taking the road along the Steenfabriek when I hit the traffic that is at the roundabout where the entrance of the Keukenhof these days is. So yeah, no, it was better than I expected. I did go to the bathroom on the Spottersplatz parking place before entering in the car, because I figured, well, I might hit a traffic jam, so better be prepared. But no issues, man. I was really surprised. But it already started raining as I drove back home. It was still dry at Schiphol, but in the vicinity of Hoofddorp and Nieuw-Vennep it already started raining, and in Lisse it was already raining. So I think that might have helped as well, that it was already raining in Keukenhof town. Aniek Tippersma, goedemorgen. Alles goed? And Benny is checking to make sure that his manager is actually going on the plane and that the plane is actually leaving for Johannesburg. As we say in Dutch, als de kat van huis is, eh? Good morning, Raymond Perez. Scorching hot Manila, Philippines. So how hot is scorching hot, dare I ask? Piero Harlemermeer asks, where am I standing? Well, as it is still quiet over here, let me zoom out. I'm in a strip of grassland. So the Kruisweg is over there. And there's this little road that leads along it over here. You have some car parking companies or something over here. And the A4 highway visible over there. So it is the tip of the Kaagbaan. And I'm standing in the grass field over there. Okay. Now, where is the traffic? So there are two airplanes according to flight radar that are lined up, and the first one is an A320 from British Airways outbound London Heathrow. There's also a United Dreamliner outbound to New York in the Star Alliance livery. First up, Speedbird 429 A320-200 outbound London Heathrow, 13 years old, first flight February 2010. Lining up just behind the fence. And radar asks, how is the temperature? Well, the weather update that I checked and also put in the ticker before going live said 11 degrees. I think it might have warmed up a little bit more. So 11C or 52F. I think it might be a bit warmer now. They said that the day highs would be about 14 to 15 degrees centigrade. So approximately 60F. It's probably in the low double digits centigrade at the moment. So if all is well, next up we will see a 777-200 outbound New York from United Star Alliance special livery. Does have all the markings of a 777 over there. Ah, guten Morgen, der Buchhandelclub. And Peter PDK, good morning. So we have Peter K and Peter PDK. Hello Peter, what's happening? Kanaal Kurdistan says, fijne zondagochtend, good morning. Happy Sunday morning to you too. Hope you are all doing well. Rainer is near Cologne, where it is also approximately 12 degrees centigrade. How's the weather? Is it sunny over there or is it overcast? See you soon, Paul. See you in a minute. Now, if you guys are new to the channel but you're liking what you're seeing, do consider subscribing and make sure that when you do, to turn on notifications. I go live multiple times a week, and when you subscribe and click on the bell icon, you get notified whenever I go live. And if you have the time for it and are feeling like it, you can join us once again in future live streams. Hey there, Jan Kees. Goedemorgen, good morning. En Rolf, goedemorgen. People from across the country tuning in, saying hi. Good morning to you all. And I agree, Lisa, you just gotta love the 777. Beautiful plane. The GE90s in a class of their own in terms of engine noise. Now let me have a look on flight radar. Seems that there is a 737-900 outbound to Manchester, going to take off first. KLM flight 1073, 21 years old. First flight September 2001. Well, a month. Most people will remember what they were doing on a certain date. So, quite an old vehicle then already. 22 years old. Always find it interesting to see that narrow bodies are still being flown when they are so old already. Because from what I understand, the wear of airframes has to do with, what is it, compression, decompression. So not so much the miles it has flown, but the number of times the cabin has been pressurized and depressurized, so to speak. Now, narrow bodies typically fly more shorter routes than long-haul airplanes do. So you'd think that you'd sooner find long-haul airplanes that are 20 plus years old and still in service than short-haul flights. Now maybe my logic is flawed. Obviously it might be different for newer airplanes that are also partly made of composite materials, but old school metal airplanes, you'd think they'd be retired sooner because of potential metal fatigue, because of the number of flights they've had in their active life. Ryanair 737 on its way. Already quite high as it was passing me by. Really much looking towards, you're really looking to the bottom of the airplane for those narrow bodies. Hey there Berend, goedemorgen. Checking in from Den Helder in the north of North Holland. Hope the weather is nice as well over there as it is over here. Italo 2021. Ciao from Italia. Hope you're doing well. Benvenuto. No time to waste. I think the next one might already be rolling. Or not. Not yet. Hey Leen, goedemorgen. And hello Flavio. Go London. Now, what is up next? This would be a Dreamliner outbound San Francisco, another 787-10. Now let me not try to multitask, even though my phone is now mounted to the camera. Focus on following the airplane. Alright, let's turn around the camera. Next plane will have to wait a little bit for the wake turbulence to dissipate. Already seems to be lining up. Let me have a look on flight radar. Oh, that shouldn't zoom out then. Okay, so next up is probably going to be KLM flight 1009, outbound London Heathrow, 737-800, and 9 years old, first flight March 2014. And let me also have a quick look on the app that shows current runway usage. It says that 18 left is also still open, so 2 runways open for departures as we speak still. And thank you, Lisa, for your kind words. If you are a lifelong aviation enthusiast like I am, you do tend to pick up some knowledge over the years. Although I wouldn't call myself knowledgeable in terms of aviation by a long shot, but you do pick up some nuggets of information here and there. Off to London it is for the KLM 737. Now, in the distance I already see the next airplane lining up. No time to waste. That is another KLM 737-800 outbound Hamburg, 9 years old, first flight May 2013. And it is already on the move. Hey Evan, good morning, good night. Still, once again, night owling over there on the west coast, my friend. How's life? You did miss the 787-10 Dreamliner outbound to LAX. And if I recall correctly, there was also one, if not more, flights also outbound to San Francisco that have already left. A couple of heavies outbound USA, Caribbean, 1 or 2 South America. I think it's not the end of it just yet. I think the peak will typically be somewhere between 10 and 12. Hey, what is this? Seems that there is an airplane that just took off from runway 22. Oh, that's probably a Dakota. DC3 Dakota. Over in the area where I live, and Infinity also lives, the Bollenstreek. Keukenhof is open. And yesterday we had the flower parade. And they also occasionally do flights in ancient planes to show tourists the so-called flower strip. I think this is the airplane taking off. Listen to that, ladies and gentlemen. How about that for old school? Can I zoom in any further? No, I'm already fully zoomed in. So AMS Live not only providing you with National Geographic content, but also the History Channel. Don't know how long these tour guide flights are, but we'll probably see it land in an hour or so. I think it won't be too long. Probably go up and down for the same tour a couple of times a day. DC3 Dakota, if I recall correctly, if I remember well. And in the meantime, a Delta A330 just took off. And someone is calling for attention, although he or she has been hiding well. Now, I think we might see some ducklings. It is spring after all. Isn't that cute? Two little ducklings in the reeds. Now, are they looking for food or are they just playing? Where have they gone? Huh. Playing hide and seek, I guess. Seems that there's another A330 from Delta underway. Alright, so there was a lot of action back to back. Even with my phone on my camera, I did miss some of your chats. Let's see So yeah, we are probably going to see that Dakota back again. Richard says it was a 79-year-old DC3. Excellent. Hey, good morning, M. Montalvan. Good to have you back. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so Roy's already saying 30-minute flight around the tulip field, so we'll probably see it back again in half an hour to an hour or so. Dakota. Excellent observation there from Kuni. So that was a KLM A330. Let's see what is coming next. Is that a triple? For those of you tuning in later and our members, yesterday I also added a new emoji. We now also have Duck Hunt Dog from the Nintendo game for when we go duck hunting with the camera. Hey, goedemorgen Gabriella. Good morning. Now, next up, Airbus A330-300 Delta Airlines Flight 135 outbound Detroit, 16 years old, first flight March 2007. After that we probably will see an A319 from EasyJet outbound London Luton. Off to Detroit it is for that A330. And let's have a look. Yeah, that does seem like an Airbus from EasyJet. So that is EasyJet flight 22516 outbound London Luton A319 100, 16 years of age, first flight August 2006. And may I thank you very much for your kind super chat. Evan, a red or super sticker. I'm sorry, it was a sticker. I don't see that on my screen. A red box of popcorn. Well, I could definitely go for some popcorn. Now, over here in the Netherlands, I'm not sure if that's also abroad the same. If that's the same abroad. When you go to the movie theaters and you order popcorn, you have a choice of sweet popcorn or salted popcorn. Just like licorice, you also have that in the sweet and salted variation. I always went for the salted versions. I think these days they also have gone overboard And you can even get toppings, like how the Japanese have gone overboard with their pancakes that are also decorated with all kinds of things. Onimikiya, I don't remember the name anymore. Also has a name with many syllables. Onimikiyaki or something like that? Well, don't recall anymore. What happened to the simple salted or sugary? Okay, so another A330 is coming this way. Outbound Minneapolis. 19 years old, this airplane. First flight October 2003. How about that? The roar of metal birds and the chirping of flesh and bone birds. Definitely one of the better ways to spend this Sunday morning, if you ask me. Now there are 3 more planes lining up at the threshold. First up is going to be an SAS A320-200 outbound Stockholm, 16 years of age. First flight November 2006. Oh, switching between apps on my phone can also cause some vibrations and the camera to nosedive down. First day with the new setup. Takes a little getting used to. And Rick asks when my birthday is. It is on August 14th. And are all members invited for a rooftop party? Well, I don't think my rooftop is big enough to hold all the members, but it is definitely capable of hosting a few people. Another one of those airplanes that were already quite high as they flew by. Also makes for some good morning gymnastics. And the next airplane is already rolling. And in fact is already in the air. Embraer 175 KLM. Where to? Haven't had the time yet to check. Back-to-back action over here at the moment. Now, as I was panning back to this airplane, I did see an airplane land on runway 27. So they might have switched the runway configuration in the meantime. Might also mean that this could now be the only runway open for departures. I'll have to check. But with this back-to-back action, I haven't had the time yet. Now that was obviously a Neo, clearly audible. Ah. Mom and there are 3 ducklings by the looks of it. One swimming next to Mom. 2 are going ahead. Now all 3. Just so cute. Meanwhile, there's another plane coming this way. Although it doesn't seem to be... Hey, it's vacating the runway. What is up there? Or was that on the taxiway? Let's see. Okay, might have been on the taxiway. So, according to flight radar, the next airplane is going to be KLM flight 511 A330-300 outbound Kilimanjaro, 11 years old, first flight March 2012. Let me also have a look on the app that shows the current runway usage, and it says, yeah, Kaagbaan now the only runway for departures, and 27 and 18 right are both in use for arrivals. So now this is the only runway for all outbound traffic. In the meantime, I see that Jerry has also tuned in again from Portland. Good morning, Jerry. Hope you're doing well. Early start of the day for you, or are you night owling? All right. Will that be our next plane then? And Gillard said that the Embraer was landed on the Kaagbaan. Okay. So apparently I missed that. Lieve goeiemorgen. And Mike also goeiemorgen. checking in from Purmerend. Hey Samil, thanks for joining us. Have a great Sunday. We'll probably see you again sometime soon, and for now, take care. So folks, if you just tuned in, good morning and welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy, this is the Kaagbaan, runway 24. Currently, once again, the only runway open for departures. We're waiting for the next traffic to take off. And the moment the sun is out, there are a few friendly clouds. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing to be concerned about. There is precipitation expected in the afternoon, but for now, seems that we are going to keep it dry over here. Wind is blowing from the south. And that is in this direction. This is now directly facing the wind. So there's a little bit of crosswind from the left for the airplanes that are taking off from runway 24 today. If there is going to come any rain, it should be coming from this direction. And as you guys can see, for now it looks like we'll keep it dry for a while. Temperature wise, it is, what is it, 11, 12, maybe even 13 degrees already. So that is in the 50s, low to mid 50s Fahrenheit. Now in the meantime, we have our next departing airplane. KLM 737. Outbound Stockholm. 22 years old. Had its first flight in August 2000. We've seen big birds, we've seen small birds, we've seen ducklings, we've seen a Dakota. We'll probably see the Dakota again later this morning. Next up is an Air Baltic A220 outbound Vilnius. 3 years old, first flight May 2019. Mama Duck and the ducklings now heading into the other direction. Meanwhile, Delta Airlines Flight 47 taking off. Airbus A330-300 outbound New York JFK. The airplane 7 years old. First flight was in April 2015. Hey there Maggie Lee and hey there Mark Mewsen. I'm sorry. Hope you guys are doing well. Hey there, Roadhog. Goedemorgen. Good to have you on the stream again. Hope you're doing well, mate. And Liwe said I was missing the Dakota inbound. I'm looking around if I can still spot it somewhere. Has it landed already? Well, we are expecting it to see it fly back to the Bollenstreek after it has changed its passengers. So we'll probably see round 2 when it leaves again. Hey there, Gisela. Goedemorgen, good morning, guten Morgen. How are you all doing? Jeff Hendricks says, I love that jet. Are you referring to the A330 or a different airplane type? I'm a bit behind in reading the chats. Just wondering which airplane you are referring to. Ah, the A330neo is his favorite, right. Now, difficult question, Jeff, but what is it about the A330neo that makes it your favorite airplane? Is it the engine noise? Is it the curved winglets? The sunglasses look on the cockpit windows? Something different? So next up is going to be Norwegian 737 MAX 8 outbound Copenhagen. Apparently it is a normal livery and not a grumpy old man on the tail. New plane, first flight July last year, so approaching his or her first birthday. I think I might even hear some frogs. Now, I haven't seen any frogs here ever, but I do think I'm hearing one. Meanwhile, so apparently there's food in these reeds. You saw the ducklings just now also reaching for them. This one also is doing that, so there's probably food in them. Let's see, I think, yeah, there it is. K1 also on the move. Oh, I hear big engines spooling up. Let me have a quick look on flight radar. Okay, Dreamliner American, outbound Philly, 7878, 6 years old, first flight April 2016. Hardly any time to enjoy all of the things going on here. Wildlife, no time, next plane. Dakota, no can do, next plane. Meanwhile, the sun is getting out more and more. I think I might have to take off my jacket if things keep the way they are. Jeff Hendricks asks if anyone remembers the Boeing 727. Well, I remember it by name, but can't say that I've been around to see it fly in real life. Oh, you can see now that 27 is also open for arrivals. In the background you can see the landing air traffic. So that is now landing on the runway where I'm standing next to if it's stormy, and I'm next to the McDonald's. That's the runway that they are now landing on, or at least that is the runway that airplane is landing on. Well, this airplane certainly won't win a prize for most beautiful livery. A bit dull, but it did look clean. If you have a white car, you always have to make sure it looks nice and white, not too smudgy. At least from what I could see over here, it looked like decently clean. And good morning, Xiamo, if I pronounced that correctly. Welcome to the stream, welcome to AMS Live, hope you're doing well. And good morning, Spice Fire. Good to see you again, hope you're doing well. Steven says that there is an RC-135 rivet joint at 33,000 feet over Alphen aan de Rijn. And that was a truck sounding the horn for I don't know why. Ah, so Jeff once flew a United 727 from Denver, Colorado to Portland, Oregon. How was that flight? Really retro-y vibe if you would do that nowadays. A bit like the people in the DC3 Dakota taking a tour guide now over the tulip fields. What did I just see? Hard for me to make out on my little screen, but that would be inbound traffic to land on runway 27, probably at 7,000 feet. Typically when the airplanes get clearance to take off, they get a restriction to 6,000 feet, so that airplanes passing over at 7,000 feet have the minimum of 1,000 feet clearance. Okay, another easy jet. Back-to-back action once again. Right, so that's the second fully white airplane within a 10-minute time span. Interesting. Probably white paint is probably the cheapest. So next up, 777 outbound to Johannesburg. So the manager is leaving the country on this airplane. If all is well. 777-300ER, 15 years of age. First flight was in March 2008. And Steven asks if we did see the DC3 this morning. We actually did. I will timestamp the first pass once I get home and I'm done streaming. We're looking to see it take off again for probably another round of tour guides later. Harry H, good morning. Good and beautiful location, super. Greetings from Vijfhuizen. Well, yes, time for a change. Was last week that I first revisited this location after I think 3 months of absence. In the meantime, honed my skills as a cameraman and also upgraded the material so that tracking should now be more easy. Last week there was inbound traffic, this time round outbound traffic. Also good to switch it up a little bit. I was going to the Polderbaan a lot and I almost forgot that this is also quite a good location to do some spotting from, assuming that this runway is constantly being used, and today it seems that that fortunately for us will be the case, although we do have to share the traffic every now and then with 18 left. Robert Schultz says, in 5 months I will be flying this KL591. So in 5 months, that is September. Okay, so then you're going from fall to spring. Very good choice. The next plane is already at the runway threshold. Air France, Airbus A321, outbound Paris Charles de Gaulle, flight 1341, 22 years old. The first flight of this airplane, March 2001. And Ariel Itur del Renault 12. Apparently a fan of Argentina. Good morning or good afternoon or good night to you too. Hope you're doing well. KCT Eagle even jumped out of the KDC-10. How about that? That's something that probably the rest of us has never done. Alright, so as I said before, the wind is blowing from the south today, which means a little bit of crosswind from the left for the airplanes taking off. This would be facing south approximately. You can see that the clouds are still friendly, but they are increasing. It is getting more cloudy. Also, if you look around, so this would be to the west. This would be approximately to the north. No. Sorry, this would be to the north. Here or there. This would be the west. And this would be the south approximately. And if my internal compass is correct, then this would probably approximately be to the east. Now, Mama Duck still swimming along with the ducklings. We have a little break at the moment in air traffic. Good chance for me to have a look what's coming next. Okay, so it seems that first up is going to be a TUI Boeing 767-300ER outbound to Lanzarote, followed by a 777-200ER to Toronto from KLM. There's also an A330-300 outbound to Boston from Delta Airlines coming this way. So that would mean 3 heavies. And oh, there is also the Dakota, I think. Or is that, oh no, that's the Coast Guard plane. Where is it? Should be here somewhere. Oh, there it is. No, that's the Coast Guard plane that just took off, not the Dakota. Right, well, I am going to forgo this little airplane and focus back on the other side of the runway. Heavies outbound. First up, the TUI 767-300ER outbound Lanzarote. The airplane is 23 years old. First flight was in February 2000. And Steven says that the Dakota is expected in half an hour, so definitely stick around for that, ladies and gentlemen. It is a sight to behold. And also a sound to listen to. Very good tune. Right, standing the way I am right now, I do feel that the wind starts intensifying a little. Typically that would indicate a weather change is coming. So after the 3 heavies, let me also have a look on the weather radar, see what the current status would be. So again, this is KLM flight 691, 777-200ER outbound Toronto, 19 years old, first flight March 2004. And what a great tune it is playing. Now, if you just tuned in, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Kaagbaan runway 24, currently the only runway in use for departures. We're waiting for the next airplane to hit the runway. Seems that the A330 outbound Boston from Delta Airlines is not yet on the move. What I do see moving is a Singapore Airlines A350 outbound to Singapore, A350-900. It is still on the north side of the main terminal building, so it has to go around first, come this way, so it is going to take a few more minutes. Don't see anything else on the move yet. There's also a Dreamliner from United outbound to Chicago that is at least live. Now maybe the Delta A330 is moving, hard for me to say. Doesn't seem to be moving at the moment. Now in the meantime, as I am planning on taking a sip of water, here is an Air China Cargo Queen being loaded. Cargo area of Schiphol Airport is on both sides of this runway, runway 0624. Both on the north and the south side are logistics companies, and all the heavies, all the cargo heavies are parked around this part of the airfield. So you would typically see 747s and triples over here. Now there's another cargo triple that has just landed. And you're hearing the wind blow over the opened water bottle that I hold in my other hand as I am panning with my one hand. Now if I show you guys, I think that is the Delta A330 that we will see take off as our next plane in a few minutes on the other side of the runway. Behind these mounds of sand, you can see the tails, FedEx, and another white Queen probably. Is that from the same fuselage? Hard to see from over here. So this, on both these sides is where the cargo companies are, and where all the cargo heavies are parked. Now the triple we saw enter from the left just now has taken a right hand turn, probably going to park next to the 747, and it's just over to the left a little bit. Let me finish my water and put it away. Make sure that my other water bottle is in the shade of my backpack. Henky says rain about 3 o'clock, so that's better than yesterday when it was predicted to rain earlier in the day. So yeah, the triple is probably going to park next to the Queen that is currently being loaded by the looks of it, or are they unloading? I think they are loading. Meanwhile, the A330 outbound Boston, Delta Airlines flight 259 is lining up over at the other side of the runway. So let me turn around the camera to that. So, A330-300, 7 years old, first flight was in January 2016. Wind is definitely picking up, that I can tell. Sometimes the wind causes my arm to get pulled, creating a bit of unevenness in the following of the airplanes. Spice Fire, if you're still around, see you again. Thanks for being around. Hopefully see you soon. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And Tracker Spot asks, will you be staying until the A380 is coming? Well, the A380? Oh, the A350. I was wondering, the A380 will arrive on a different runway. And I don't think I'm going to stick around for that, but don't know what its estimated time of arrival is. The A350 is probably going to come. Well, isn't that it already? Yeah, it is. Singapore Airlines outbound Singapore A350-900. 5 years old, this one. First flight September 2017. So what is not to love about this plane? Beautiful livery, beautiful sound, beautiful shape. What's not to love? All right. The next airplane is already lined up. A330-300, Turkish, flight 1952, outbound Istanbul. 12 years old, first flight April 2011. Hey, and in the meantime, English Pinglish has also joined us again. Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you again. And Boeing 7879 asks what my favorite aircraft is. Well, I have several. A timeless favorite is, of course, the Boeing 747-400. And modern day airplanes, I think there are two that I like the most. A350 and the A220, or as it was born, the Bombardier C series. I think those are the modern day most aesthetically pleasing and greatest sounding airplanes, although the engines of the Neo are also very nice to listen to. Now, Amelie, too bad you have to go already, but thanks for being around again. It was a pleasure having you here. Hope to see you again soon. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and hopefully we'll see each other again soon. Peter K says, here it is already 22 degrees. And where exactly is that again? I probably read over it. In the meantime, we are seeing the next airplane coming this way. So back to the camera controls. This is probably the A320 from Lufthansa outbound to Frankfurt. 13 years old, first flight February 2010. Another trucker sounding his horn. So let's have a look and see what is next. I think it is Air Astana, Airbus A321neo, outbound to Atirau, which I probably totally mispronounced. It is a 4-year-old aircraft that had its first flight in July 2018. That much I can say. In Slovakia, that's right. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, 22 degrees over there. That's better than the 12 or 13 degrees that we are having over here. Now, over here in the Netherlands, in the next 2 days, they are saying that it is also going to get colder again, below 10 degrees centigrade. I think even on Tuesday or Wednesday, they even predicted some wintry showers, potentially. Not exactly something to look forward to when you are approaching the end of April. The next airplane is already on the move. No time to waste here. Now folks, if you're liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing to the channel. When you do subscribe, make sure to hit the bell icon so that whenever I go live in the future, you receive a notification and can join us once again for more live stream action. And another airplane taking off and another trucker sounding the horn. So apparently further up down the road there is something that might be dangerous. Maybe somebody has parked dangerously or something. I don't know. That's the third time or so. Make that 4. Unless of course there is a truckers strike or demonstration or something. It is back-to-back action again. Harry says that by going to the Kaagbaan I am further removed from my cup of coffee. On the other hand, if I drive home, I can also have a pit stop at the Bridge restaurant over at the A4 highway as I pass along it. So every advantage has its disadvantage. Every disadvantage has its advantage. As world-renowned philosopher Johan Cruyff once said. Alright, well, no time to waste. Embraer in the background, Dreamliner. Wilma, if you're still around, thanks for joining us once again. Have a great Sunday and I'll see you again soon, undoubtedly. Even with my phone over here on my camera, there's hardly any time to read all your text messages, but it is better this way. curious to see what exactly is going on, why all these truckers are sounding their horn. Unless somebody has put up a sign, please sound your horn. Okay, Lisa says that sounds like the cars and trucks are honking because there are kids standing on a bridge waving. Okay, so then the sounding of the horn is further away than I would have thought. But that definitely makes sense. Alright, so next up is a Dreamliner. Outbound to Chicago. Now let's quickly turn around. So there's also a banana from DHL outbound Leipzig that is on the other side of the runway, on the right hand side behind the sand mounds, not visible to the eye from over here. That is also looking to depart in a few minutes. At the threshold at the moment is an A319 from EasyJet outbound to Palma de Mallorca. A319 that is 14 years old. First flight was in December 2008. On the other side there is an El Al 737 visible to the left, outbound Tel Aviv, 737-900 ER, 8 years old, first flight July 2014. First up, the EasyJet A319 outbound Palma de Mallorca, which will take off in a few minutes probably. Steven asks, where did you park the car to spot at the Kaagbaan? Well, there's, I don't know the exact street name, but there is a crossing further down the road and I parked my car over there. There's a little street where there are a few houses and some businesses on both sides. It is a bit muddy and on weekdays it's hard to find a parking place there, but I figured, well, it's a Sunday morning, so I probably have all the room, and I did. And basically walked over here from there. Well, let's have a look. Will it be the DHL? Yes, it will be the DHL, the Banana A300, off to Leipzig, already taking off. Didn't even have time to check the details on flight radar. Really back-to-back action over here. So will probably be next. Yep, Boeing 737-900 outbound Tel Aviv, 8 years old, first flight July 2014. After that we are going to see a KLM Boeing 737-700 outbound to Vienna. Depart next, flight 1845, 14-year-old airplane, first flight October 2008. Peter K asks, which one is your favorite livery? Well, that's a good question. I think that the shade of blue on the ITA Airways I like a lot. So that's definitely one of my favorites. Also like the colors on the Air Baltic jets. Now obviously the special liveries in several colors from Emirates, also very nice. But Doodleman, Aer Lingus, are you referring to the old livery or the new livery? Because they did change the shade of green on their new livery. I think I like the old one better. Same with the Iceland Air. While I like the new livery, their new livery, I do believe I have a preference for their older livery more. Just because the dark blue and bright orange are a bit more lively than just white and blue that you see on so many liveries. All right, another one gone by. Let's have a look. In the meantime, you guys are seeing things are getting a bit more shady over here, literally. Cloud clouds are obscuring the sun a bit more. And Stephen informing us that there is an A319 in Alitalia livery coming towards us. Let me have a look. Stephen also says that they are reopening the Aalsmeerbaan. Doodleman asks, what about Royal Jordanian? I do like it, but it's not my favorite. I do like it. It is a very nice livery. First time I ever saw it, I thought, oh, is that a king or queen that is arriving in their private jet? Not knowing that it was a normal passenger airliner. Now, what are they doing in terms of runway usage? Because it seems that at the moment, looking at flight radar, a lot of traffic is going to 18 right, left. I keep saying it incorrectly. The Aalsmeerbaan. Now Daniel, you're absolutely right. KLM also has one of the prettiest liveries out there. Especially like the new livery where there's a bit of a curve in the front part of the livery. If you contrast that to the straight line, that was the generation before it, so to speak. Definitely a nice improvement. Okay, so you guys can see the other runway is also open. According to flight radar, the first outbound flight on this runway is going to be a KLM Embraer 190, KLM flight 1145, outbound Oslo, 9 years old, first flight January 2014. According to flight radar, it is already lined up. A bit hard for me to see on my screen because I think it is not yet lined up, but is taxiing. Oh no, it is lined up. It is coming this way already. There you go. These airplanes are so small and so far removed from over here that it's sometimes hard to see them, at least on my little camera screen. But there you go. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, so don't see any new airplanes just yet. We'll have to wait a little. Unless, of course, they have decided to really close down the runway. Now, on the left, a triple from Emirates. Going to park over here. You see the triple we saw arrived earlier already parked. The 747 is still over there. Now, we also saw Atlas Air arriving just now. So it looks like that one is going to cross the runway and go to a parking place on the other side of the runway. So I think we might be seeing a next airplane, or are they going to the other runway? Okay, so the Atlas Air going to a parking on the south side of the runway. Now, what is going to happen here? Now, according to Flight Radar, there's an Embraer 175 that is entering the runway before the threshold. I think you might not be able to see it from over here. Outbound to Bergen. There are also a couple that are taxiing to the runway threshold. Oh yeah, that's a valid point you're making there, Rick. The ANA Star Wars airplanes, I think they are Dreamliners as well, are really something to behold. What I also liked was that black airplane, or dark purple, that we saw not too long ago, that special livery. And that reminds me that Air New Zealand flies black liveried airplanes. That is something that I also like. It's almost always white on airplanes, but actually black liveries on airplanes also look very nice. So I think that is also a livery that I like a lot, even though we don't see them over here and I only know it from the internet and pictures. Night Rider bus driver says Azerbaijan Airlines A340-500 looks great. I'll have to look that one up. Don't recall having seen it before, but good recommendation. We'll definitely have a look. Well, at the moment, Kaagbaan is still open together with the Aalsmeerbaan. Runway 18 left. We are seeing traffic picking up again. It is a KLM Embraer that had a nose job. And meanwhile, Mama Duck and the ducklings continuing grazing for food over here. Let's have a look. So there is a Finnair. Is that an A350? Is that coming this way? That would be awesome. Let me look at Flight Radar. Yes, A350-900 outbound Helsinki. Alright, so A350 900 Finnair outbound Helsinki, 5 years old, first flight August 2017, and it is in the Marimekko Kivet livery, so you guys know. Just so you know. Right, well, there she comes. The little duckies going their way. Hey there Ina, goedemiddag. Guten Tag. How are you? Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. And Pedro S says good morning from Spain. Good morning to you, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. We are waiting for the next traffic. We are sharing the outbound traffic once again with the other runway 18 left, the Aalsmeerbaan. At the moment, wind is blowing from the south. We are expecting rain later today in the afternoon, but for now there is not going to be any precipitation by the looks of it. And Roshan asks, will you wait till the A380? Well, I'm standing here on one of the runways that today will be used for departures. I don't think that the wind is going to change so that all of a sudden airplanes are going to land on this runway. So it means that when the A380 is coming, I won't be able to see it very properly from over here. And if it's going to land on the Polderbaan, you won't be able to see it land regardless. So that means that if you want to see the A380 today from over here, you will have to wait until it takes off again, and that is later in the afternoon. And unfortunately I will not be sticking around until then. So for today we probably won't see the A380. And Doodleman asks how long before the A380 lands. I think, but I'll have to look in Flight Radar to see the details, but I think it is expected between 1 and 2 p.m. local time. Let me have a look on Flight Radar. First of all, where is it? Okay, so it is it in Germany already, or is it? Yeah, it just passed the border with the Czech Republic and Germany, so it's now flying over the east of Germany. According to Flight Radar, the ETA of the Emirates A380 is 48 minutes, which I think is a bit optimistic, probably going to take a little bit longer than that. But you even have to be lucky that by then it's going to land on runway 27 so that you can see perhaps just a minor glimpse of it from over here. If it's going to the Polderbaan, no chance of seeing it from over here. So then of course the turnaround time will mean that it's probably going to take off between 3 and 4 or so. Now, still activity going on over there at the Air China Cargo 747. While we are waiting for the next traffic to come this way, let me have a look on Flight Radar, because I do believe that there is... Oh, let me try that again. Outbound filter. So it seems that a lot of traffic is now going to the other runway, although there is an A330neo from Delta Airlines coming this way, outbound New York JFK. So we'll probably see that take off in a few minutes. It's going to come from the... I think we can see it already in the distance. And another triple freighter coming this way, landed on the Polderbaan by the looks of it. Looks like Tarom is going to depart first. I think that there is that the A330neo? Seems like Delta. A330neo outbound New York JFK. Okay, so we once again have several airplanes that are lining up or expected to take off in a few moments. A bit hard to estimate which one is going to be first. There's a KLM entering the runway. That is probably the Embraer 190 outbound to Edinburgh. And I think that the A330neo will be next if I look on Flight Radar. We just see one engine, I think. I think that's over there. Yeah, that's the Neo. Okay, so first up, this Embraer 190 KLM flight 1281, outbound Edinburgh, 11 years old. First flight was in January 2012. Let's quickly turn around. I think the A330 is lining up as we speak. And in the meantime, thank you so much for your kind super chat, Rick. AMS live for life. Well, if it's up to me, then definitely this is something. If I can build the channel to something that allows me to do this full time, expect me to be around for some time to come then. Really appreciate the super chat there, Rick. Thank you so much. Well, you can see the backdrop, no longer a blue sky. It is getting more cloudy. Now the wind is blowing from this direction. You can also see a bit more humidity in the air, more milky sky. It's not going to rain just yet, but similar to yesterday, we are going to see it getting more cloudy as the day progresses. It has been predicted. Next up is another Embraer 175 from KLM flight 1201, outbound Stavanger. It is 5 years old. First flight was in January 2018, and there's also a Dreamliner from United outbound Washington that seems to be coming to the runway. It is on the move at least, and it's not moving to the other runway. Kuni says that the Dakota takes its time. Good that you mention it. Do keep me posted if you guys are seeing action on Flight Radar or whatever. Let me know. I try to have a look on a regular basis, but otherwise I will hear it, of course. Engine sound, unique. Definitely something you pick up quite soon. The United Dreamliner. Or was it a Schiphol? The United, at least, already visible, taxiing to the runway threshold. Alright, time to zoom out and turn around the camera once again to the beginning of the runway, where we can see the United Dreamliner outbound Washington, flight 947. The airplane 10 years old, first flight October 2012. And Gabriela back again. welcome back. Good to see you. Hope you are doing well. And Nelson is checking in from Madeira Island. Hi there, Nelson. What's the weather like over there? Madeira, Canary Islands, they all typically have good weather. Hopefully that goes for today as well. Once again, beautifully visible from this angle, the curvature of those wings. You already see them elevate during takeoff, or at least during the acceleration while still on the ground. And then during rotation, as additional pressure gets put on these wings, you also see them flex even more, take on that curvature that you have come to know and love. Yorkshire bike. You're absolutely right. We are totally not jealous of warm and sunny weather over there in Madeira. Absolutely not at all. Now we like having cold weather and windy weather here. Forms character. It's character building. Okay, and Kuni says that the 747 makes final turn for Polderbaan. If it is a cargo 747, we might be able to see it as it's going to taxi to its gate, as most of the 747s are cargo airplanes, and will be parking over here. And Nelson says at the moment in Madeira it is sunny and lunch is being prepared, which will be the famous skewer on a laurel skewer. That sounds good, man. Even though I am a vegetarian, that does sound good. Alright, so next up, a 737-700 from KLM, outbound Dublin. 11 years old, first flight May 2011. Yeah, it's the cloud is there are a few lower clouds, but in the higher parts of the sky you can see that the milkiness is increasing. So in hindsight it was a good idea to skip sleeping in, as I had originally hoped I was able to do today, and go out for a morning stream. And yes, Rick, I am also a vegetarian, have been since I was 11 or so. I think first grade in middle school, high school is when I started all that. So I've been a vegetarian now for most of my life, actually. E2 Embraer 195 KLM. quiet engines. I have to say they make a good sound when you hear them fly over like so. I think they sound better over here than when you listen to them spool up at the beginning of the runway when they take off. Also has that GE90-ish sound to it. In the meantime, Dwayne Loader is checking in from South Africa. Hi there, Dwayne. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well there. We are waiting for the next airplane to take off, as one in the background is already taking off. We are seeing a Embraer in the SkyTeam livery. Matt asks if the Polderbaan is active today. It is. 4 arrivals. Coming this way, KLM flight 1333, outbound Aalborg, Embraer 190, 11 years old, first flight April 2012. Now folks, if you are liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on the notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you receive a heads up and can join us once again for more live stream action over here from Schiphol Airport. It also helps me to reach more people like you and me who are also into content like this, grow the community of AMS Live. Lining up in the distance is TUI Flight 703. It is a 7878 Dreamliner outbound Punta Cana. The airplane is 8 years old and its first flight was in November 2014. Now you can probably see that the image is vibrating a little bit. That is because the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. Hey there Marissa, goedemiddag. Nice to see you again, hope you're doing well. Hey, that's an A350 from Cathay Pacific. That just rotated in the background. Or is it a different... Looks like Cathay Pacific. So there we see it on the move. just wonderful. Aaron says that he is starting to fancy a holiday. like looking at all these airplanes probably. Yeah, I think most of us do. Meanwhile, Karsten Kulka checking in from Mülheim in Germany. Herzlich willkommen, Karsten. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you again. And AVL Dog checking in from Sydney. Good evening, my friend. Also saying hi with a super chat. Thank you so much, AVL Dog. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Now, there is another heavy lining up in the distance. It is KLM Flight 611. It is a Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner outbound Chicago O'Hare. The airplane 3 years old. First flight was in October 2019. Now, unfortunately, runway 18 left, still open for departures. I do see a couple of heavies being active on the platform that have North American destinations. So those will more than likely come to this runway for departure. What a sweet symphony these engines make. Beautiful. Now, I think there is a Transavia going next. Checking flight radar. Seems that there is a 737-800 outbound Ibiza that is going to depart, or maybe it's just continuing its taxi and will take off from the other runway. In the meantime, I do see that Air Canada Flight 809 to Toronto 777-200 long range is taxiing towards the runway threshold of 24. I also see that there's an A350 from Delta outbound to Atlanta active on flight radar. Still probably has to be pushed back, but okay, so the Transavia might be heading out to the other runway, but the Air Canada triple is expected to show its face very soon. And Marissa asking how I am after streaming already for 3 hours. Well, I am starting to get a little peckish. Cannot deny that, but otherwise I'm doing good. Temperature is okay. Still not warm enough to take off my jacket. I did consider that earlier, but the wind has started to pick up a little bit. But with my winter parka on and here in the sun, it's very doable, as was the case yesterday. Although yesterday I did stream for a longer period of time with my jacket off. At least it's not so cold anymore that I need to wear gloves, so operating everything with just my bare hands is also refreshing. Okay, so the cargo Lux 747 has landed on the Polderbaan. So in 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so, depending on when it actually touched down. We will see it coming in from the left. And as I said before, depending on where there's still an open slot, either will join the airplanes that are already lined up over here. Who knows, maybe this Air China Cargo Queen will take off in the meantime. They were loading it throughout the beginning of the stream. Now the cargo door has locked, at least the one on this side in the back behind the wings. Now this this triple just arrived, and this one did too. Now there's also a part for cargo airplanes on the other side of the runway. They are on both sides of runway 0624. We did see an Atlas Air Queen taxi to that part. You can see the tail of a FedEx airplane. I think you can see the tail of the Atlas Air just behind that white tail in the foreground. So the Cargo Lux Queen is undoubtedly going to one of these two locations. And speak of the devil. Thanks for letting me know, Marissa. Here is the Queen, in fact, the Cargo Lux Queen. And it looks like it might take a right-hand turn and park on the, for us, left-hand side, or is it continuing straight ahead? Hard to see. In the meantime, you can see a few more planes going to the runway threshold. But first up is going to be Air Canada 809. Again, 777-200 long range outbound Toronto. The airplane 15 years old. First flight was in November 2007. And in the meantime, the Cargo Lux Queen has crossed the runway. You can just see its tail over there. So it is going to park somewhere on that side of the runway. Meanwhile, behind the fence, you can see that there is something blue and small lined up already. That would be an Embraer 175 from KLM outbound Gothenburg, KLM flight 1157. Embraer 175, 6 years old. First flight was in July 2016. And still no sign of the Dakotas, or the Dakota. Where is it? It's further up ahead. Huh. Ah, there it is. The jumping duckling. So apparently there is some food up in those reeds. Now we can see it a little better. One of 3 ducklings from this mama duck. Anyway, lining up at the threshold is a KLM Dreamliner 7879 outbound Calgary, 5 years old. First flight was in January 2018. Ah, and Ina says that the duck is catching flies. Okay, that makes sense because there are a lot of flying animals over here in the vicinity. I thought it was that the top of those reeds contained food or something, seeds perhaps, or something like that. But I will reiterate, I know absolutely nothing about birds, so that was just me thinking out loud. But catching flies makes more sense. So Marissa informing us that there are a couple of heavies on the move, looking to come this way, so that is very good. In the meantime, the Dreamliner already on the move. I was just putting away my water bottle, but I have to be sharp. The backdrop is getting ever more milky. Folks living in the south of the country, southern parts, Rotterdam, Zeeland, Brabant. What's the weather over there at the moment? Is it still dry over there, or has it begun raining already over there? Italo 2021 asks, those ducks are KLM or Air France? Well, they are definitely Sky Team, that's for sure. Royal Duck Airlines. Okay, Thomas says that in Rotterdam it is dry but cloudy, so in Rotterdam it is still dry, which means that we are also not having to worry about immediate precipitation. So what we are looking at is Delta Airlines flight 163. It is an Airbus A330-300 outbound Minneapolis. Still holding short of the runway. We see a yellow vehicle in the foreground. Hard for me to say if that is a bird controller vehicle or one of the different yellow vehicles. From this distance they do look alike, but might be a bird controller doing a check. Doesn't seem to be the pickup truck of the bird controller, so maybe something else is going on. You can already see a queue forming behind it. And that would be another A330-300. This one, KLM, you see the blue, you recognize it. This is KLM flight 651, outbound Washington DC, 11-year-old airplane that had its first flight in February 2012. Now the Delta A330 is also still holding short of the runway. In the meantime, I can see that there's a Dreamliner from KLM outbound Las Vegas. Taxiing to the south. Also looking to depart from this runway in a few moments. Obviously, the queue first has to be cleared. Two A330-300s first. Now I don't see any narrow bodies on flight radar that might go in between. There is an Iceland Air on the left hand side in the foreground. Not sure, I think that might have just arrived. Oh, interesting, it seems that the KLM is now going to go ahead. Or can it be another Delta A330 with technical problems just before entering the runway? That wouldn't be the first time. Meanwhile, more feedback from viewers from the south of the country. In Eindhoven in Brabant, Robert Schultz says droog, dry but still more cloudy. Okay, so that means that in Brabant it is also still dry. Good to know. Omgeving Eindhoven. YouTube fan confirming still dry in Brabant but cloudy. And Lisa says looks like precipitation will start around 4 to 5 p.m. So that's great, means that we won't be in a hurry to get back to the car, although I am not going to stick around indefinitely. Haven't decided yet when to end the stream. For now, seems like there's no reason to quit the stream just yet, because there are all kinds of heavies coming this way. And Harry, I like that new name, the Flying Duck Man. That would definitely be a good nickname. And Arme Glinchy checks in from Scotland, says hi, good afternoon Netherlands. Well, from the Netherlands we say good morning, or is it afternoon? Just morning, I think. Yeah, still good morning. Back to you, Arme Glinchy. Okay, enough with the chit chat. Back to the camera with both hands. And yeah, interesting. It did look like the Delta A330 was going to go ahead. Now I think it might be on the move at the moment, but is it going onto the runway or is it taxiing back? Delta A330s seem to be prone for having technical difficulties lately. Let's see. I see something on the runway. And it does appear to be that A330 from Delta. Okay, so once again, Delta Airlines, flight 163 outbound Minneapolis. 16 years old. First flight October 2016. So, all in all, seem to be having no problems during takeoff. So, also the gear retracted normally, as far as I could tell. Okay, coming next is KLM flight 635, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner, outbound Las Vegas. 6-year-old airplane that had its first flight in August 2016. Okay, so just behind the fence there seems to be another airplane lined up already. Let me quickly look at Flight Radar, see what's cooking. Seems to be an SAS Neo, A320 Neo outbound to Oslo, SAS flight 822. This aircraft is relatively new, 3 years old. First flight was in December 2019. Hey there Kimbert and hey there Thomas. Kimbert asking, at what location are you near runway 24? Well, I am near the end of the runway in a grass field. Meanwhile, Marissa informing us that the Dreamliner to LAX in the 100 years livery is being pushed back. Evan, are you still with us? Another one going to your hometown in a few minutes. We did already see the first flight to Los Angeles earlier during the stream. pretty soon we will see the second Dreamliner of KLM take off to LAX then. I'm also still looking to see if maybe we can see another departure of the tour guide Dakotas, but so far I haven't seen anything. If anybody has some more information about the planning or whatever, do let us know in the chat. Hey Rick, it's been a pleasure having you around again. I will undoubtedly see you again in one of the upcoming streams. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, mate, and talk to you soon. Now Kimbert, if you look on Google Maps, you can see at the end of the runway, the southwest part, you can see that there's a field of grass. And that is where I am standing at. And there's a road up ahead. There's a corner in the road and you can basically enter the grass field from over there. As one of KLM's Embraers just took off. So this is what you can see with the camera when you're fully zoomed out. Not a whole lot, you really need to zoom in. So let's do that. And there is the aforementioned airplane. Hey, and what is that? Oh, that is probably the Coast Guard plane landing on runway 22 that we saw earlier. Now there's nothing preceding the Dreamliner outbound LAX according to flight radar. Seems to be holding short. And the mama duck and the little ducklings keep swimming back and forth in front of me. Now, in the meantime, K4 also patrolling. I think the Dreamliner is now entering the runway. Yep, lining up. And AVL Dog, I can confirm that others have confirmed that indeed it is a Ranger Raptor. Michael Jackson just got to the gate. Is this the first flight or the second flight that you are boarding on? Still streaming, although I don't know for how long exactly still, but as long as heavies keep coming this way without too many lulls, I'm able to suppress my hunger a bit longer. Well, hunger is a big word, a little peckish. Alright, so the second flight outbound LAX of the stream, KLM Dreamliner. Now guys, if you're new to the channel but you're liking what you're seeing so far, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, and that future will probably be tomorrow first of all and later in the week as well, you receive a heads up and can join us once again if you feel like it and have the time for it, of course. Subscribing also greatly helps me to reach a wider audience of like-minded people like you and me who are also into aviation live streaming content like this. Now, there are a lot of airplanes active that are outbound. We will have to wait a little bit for the next airplane. Let me also check the runway usage app and see what the current configuration is. Okay, so there's now a dual configuration for both inbound and outbound traffic. The Kaagbaan still open for departures, runway 24, so that's the one where I am standing at. Aalsmeerbaan, runway 18 left, also open for outbound traffic. And then there are runway 27 and 18 right that are open now for incoming traffic. Where is it? Okay, so that is an airplane taxiing away from us. Let's have a look in the meantime at the cargo area over here in the foreground. So a Queen and 2 triples, and further to the left an Emirates triple with the cargo door open. Are they loading or unloading? I think they might be unloading. Also a lot of stuff on the ground behind it. Would be nice to have a close-up look one time to see what exactly is going on over there. Lots of stuff. In the meantime, in the distance, I think there is an Embraer 190 from KLM outbound London City lining up. So let me quickly pan the camera back to that part of the runway. Barely visible, but behind the fence is indeed a KLM Embraer 190 outbound London City that is going to take off in a few moments. KLM flight 971. This airplane is 13 years old. First flight was in June 2009. Now, on the north side of the main platform area, I see a couple of heavies. Outbound Panama City, outbound Atlanta, also one to Kuwait, but that is probably going to go to the other runway. Okay, so we'll have to wait and see what the next traffic will be. So those Embraers are passing over me really high already. Glad that I Took precautionary measures in setting up with the tripod and the camera near eye height, because you have to crouch down when it crosses in the zenith, or at least the highest point of its departure. So that is what we can see from traffic landing on runway 27. Not a great deal. In the meantime, we are seeing another Embraer from KLM taking to the sky already. Alright, no time to waste. Embraer Exodus has begun. Yeah, wind is starting to get a little gusty. Facing the way I am right now, I am facing the wind. I noticed that it affects the following a little bit, making it a bit more shaky. This way around with my back in the wind, much less bothersome. And Peter P also joining, one of the many Peters that we have seen so far in the stream, enjoying dinner and the live stream. Good evening to you, my friend, and enjoy your dinner. What's for dinner? In the meantime, this Airbus A320 from EasyJet, outbound London Gatwick, 7 years old, first flight January 2016. Okay, now, what is up next? Let's have a look-see. Traffic is on the move. A lot of it is moving away from where I'm standing. However, there are a couple of heavies on the move that seem to be coming this way. All westbound. There's a 777 underway to Panama City. There's a 777 underway that is outbound to Rio de Janeiro. Those are both locations lying to the west, northwest or southwest of the Netherlands, so the likely runway for their departure is runway 24. In the meantime, I do hear an explosive being set off. Guess the Schiphol Scarecrow is also doing some things to chase away birds. I think the two heavies are going to be the first airplanes to arrive to the runway threshold. AOV Dog says, can still hear the ducks frolicking. Yeah, it is a feast to behold. The moment they... where are they? Hard to tell. Don't see them just yet. I think in the distance there's also a gentleman duck. Oh, several. Oh, we once again see the gender separation that was also visible earlier, that the gentleman ducks are holding up in one end of the pond and the lady ducks and the children in the other end. So the gentleman duckies are showing their behinds. But I don't see the lady duck. I only see this little. And there's a friend further up. Oh, kijk. Look at that. So, and the duckies, for whatever reason, have a clear separation between the lady ducks and the gentleman ducks. Women and children on the right, and the males on the left. In the meantime, lining up in the distance is KLM flight 757. It is a Boeing 777-300ER outbound Panama City. The airplane, 8 years old, first flight March 2015. And Antonio says hi, and I say to you, hi there Antonio, hope you are doing well. Welcome to the stream. Peter having roast duck chicken for dinner. Yeah. Good thing those ducks aren't hearing what I'm saying. Yeah, that is an unbeatable tune. Definitely one of its kind. And, oh, easy son. K1 shooting some fireworks in my direction. Chasing away birds. So he set off another round. Well, meanwhile, I'd have thought that perhaps the triple would wait until the bird controller would be done chasing away birds, but apparently it did go ahead with the takeoff regardless. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, DC3 Dakota round 2. Off to do a tour of the tulip fields in the Bollenstreek or flower strip, the part between the cities of Haarlem and Leiden, where yesterday we had the flower parade or bloemencorso as it's called in Dutch, also where the Keukenhof is, which if you are into flowers you might have heard of. Flower garden that has been around since the 1950s already. So if you go to that area of the country, there are a lot of fields filled with currently blooming tulips in all kinds of colors. So if you go out around sunset, you will see a lot of tourists taking a picture in the fields with the low sun in the background. But I'm sure that if you are sitting in the DC3 and are flying at perhaps 1,000 feet maximally, and of course those airplanes are also flying at much lower speeds than your typical airliner, modern day airliner does, you'll probably be able to have a great view from what is going on over there at the moment. Alright, now let's see what is up next. Looks like Delta Flight 75, the A350 outbound to Atlanta, is on the move. First up is going to be a 737-700 outbound to London Heathrow. Not sure yet at what time the 777 to Sao Paulo is going to take off. It looks like it might have been pushed back. Right, so well, it has been almost 4 hours that I've been streaming now. So I think if the 777 outbound Sao Paulo is not on the move by the time Delta Airlines Flight 75 has taken off, that I am going to call it a day for now. Oh, and now it has vanished for some reason. Oh, but there's also a... Ah, okay. Well, let's see what the 747 is going to do. Didn't even see that because I was zoomed in a lot on flight radar, but seems that the Air China cargo is also active, but it is going to Shanghai. Yeah. It's coin toss which runway is then best suited for this airplane to take off from. Particularly if there are 2 runways open. Is that still the case? Let me have a look on the runway usage app. Yeah, one night left is still open. Technically speaking, that would be a more logical runway for an airplane taking off to Shanghai to take off from. But 24 is also very well possible because it's probably going to fly towards Groningen and off to Scandinavia to fly over the north of Russia to Shanghai. So as one of KLM's many 737s just took off, let's have a look. So lining up in the distance right now is Delta Airlines Flight 75. It is an A350-900 outbound to Atlanta, Georgia. 4 years old. Its first flight was in February 2019. Now the 747 seems to be off flight radar again, although I do see it having been pushed back. Alright, well, let's have a look. Meanwhile, let me also show you, but people living in the south will have already had this kind of sky earlier than we do, but you are seeing in fact that it is getting a bit more cloudy and overcast. I'm standing in the shade right now, and I don't think that I'm going to be standing in the sun again today, at least. Okay, so I do see that the 777 to Sao Paulo is on the move actually and is coming this way. That is going to be the last plane of the day. I think. Okay, well, let's just see what the 747 is also going to do. Because we haven't seen any queens yet. Is it already to the right? Yeah, I think it is. She's on the move. Already in the takeoff flap configuration. Now, will that mean that it's going to take off from runway 24 or not? Fingers crossed, people. If we do it all together, we might stand a chance and can influence the outcome. Isn't that also the main tenet of that book, the secret or something like that? If you wish for something hard enough, then it will eventually become true. In that case, calling all viewers for a joint finger crossing effort. There's also an A330 on the move. And there's a 737 already taking off. What happened there? Okay, that is my lack of caffeine. Lack of food, lack of caffeine. For a moment I thought that that 737 was actually going to take off. False alarm. Guess I'm not as sharp anymore as I was this morning. Now, first up, Boeing 737-800 Corendon Airlines outbound Gran Canaria, 13 years old, first flight May 2009. Cor en Don op weg naar de zon. Exactly, Frank. Okay, so first up, lined up, Delta Airlines flight 137 outbound Detroit, Airbus A330-300, 6 years of age, first flight January 2017. And Lewis says that the Dakota is making an extra round near the tulip fields. Probably going to miss it. Probably be on my way back home when the Dakota is also returning back to Schiphol. was the A330. Next up is going to be the 777. And will we be seeing the Queen after that, or is it going to stay a Queen-less Sunday? Hard to see from over here just yet. What I do know is that I hear the 777-300ER that is outbound to Sao Paulo spool up. This is a 9-year-old aircraft that had its first flight in May 2013. And hey, it looks like the Queen might take off from here after all. If that is the case, then that is going to be the last plane of the day. Alright then. Now, I don't see a Queen lined up just yet. It seems like there is a smaller plane. Oh no, wait, that is a Queen. Okay. Okay. And Jeroen, is that the Dreamliner that is lined up behind this 747? Because if it is, then of course I will wait and also film your friends that are on that airplane if they are. Hey Nabila! You're just in time for the last two planes of the day. Hey OP, also just in time for the final few minutes of today's stream. Make sure to check back later once I have gotten home and done all the stuff that I normally do, such as updating the thumbnail and also finding the highlights and timestamping them. DC3 Dakota 2 times during the stream. Tourist flights over the flower fields. Definitely something to look back if you only tuned in just now. Now, Jeroen, this one is for you. This is the flight to New York containing friends of Jeroen. Alright folks, this was actually the last airplane of today's stream. I want to thank each and every one of you once again for joining me today. I've had a blast and I hope you guys did too. If you are new to the channel and you liked what you saw just now, make sure that you subscribe to the channel and turn on the notifications. By turning on the notifications, you receive a heads up whenever I go live again. I do plan on going out again tomorrow. Don't know yet if it's going to be in the morning or in the afternoon. Don't know yet to which runway I'm going to go to. It's all weather dependent, and I will probably decide last minute tomorrow or maybe tonight before going to bed. So stay tuned. If you guys are unable to make it tomorrow, then hopefully I will see you guys again later in the week. This Thursday, it is King's Day in the Netherlands. Now, I'm not much for King's Day celebrations, but I do like to eat a tompoes pastry, but that is the only thing that I celebrate basically on that day. So weather dependent, I might think I go out if the weather is also any good. For those of you who aren't able to make it tomorrow or Thursday, hopefully I will see you again during one of the next couple of upcoming streams. Thanks to everyone who was so kind to donate super chats and super stickers. I really appreciate it. And also thank you to everybody who just became a new member. Don't forget to use the new emojis. I updated the emojis yesterday with a new addition, the Duck Hunt dog from Nintendo. For now, I want to thank each and every one of you again for joining me here today. Have a nice Sunday, have a great week, and I will see you all again sometime soon. Bye for now.